Okay, we'll call the meeting of the Porterville City Council to order. Can we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Tate. Here. Councilmember Carrillo.
Present.
Councilmember Stowe.
Present.
Vice Mayor Flores.
Present.
Mayor Reyes.
Present. Thank you. Okay, this is the time for oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the City Council on any matter scheduled for closed session unless additional time is authorized by the council. All commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. Is there anyone who would like to speak regarding oral closed session during oral communications? Okay. Anybody virtually?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. So now we can move into the closed session items.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I'm present. I had my unmute, I'm sorry.
All right. Glad to see you.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have 5 items before the council this evening in closed session. The first, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, comes real property negotiators property APN 302-110-032, agency negotiator John Lawless and Jason Reinauer, negotiating parties City of Porterville and NSV Farms LLC under negotiation terms and price. Item 2, Government Code Section 54957.6, Council's labor negotiator, agency negotiator John Lawless and Patrice Hildreth, employee organizations Porterville Peace Officer Association, Porterville City Firefighters Association, and all unrepresented management employees. Item 3, Government Code Section 54946.95, liability claim claimant Irene Perez, agency claimed against City of Porterville. Item 4, Government Code Section 54946.9, subsection D, subsection 3, council legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation for cases in which facts are not yet known to potential plaintiff. And item 5, Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D, subsection 4, conference of legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, one case. Staff's report.
Okay, thank you. We'll move into closed session and reconvene at 6:30. Okay, we'll reconvene from closed session back into open session. Any items to report?
Yes, Mayor. There's one item on item A3, claim by Irene Perez, on a motion by Vice Mayor Flores, seconded by Councilmember Stowe, and a 5-0 vote, that claim was denied.
Okay, thank you.
Got an echo.
We may have do we have the Zoom audio coming in from somewhere? No? Don't get me wrong, I like the reverb, but. That's okay. We can, we'll go with it. Thank you for your patience, everyone. I will now lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by an invocation, so please remain standing. Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Is there anyone who'd like to come forward and lead us in an invocation? If so, please come forward.
Father in heaven, we're thankful for this day, and we're thankful for the freedoms that we have together tonight at the city council meeting. We pray, Father, that as the city council makes the decisions that are in front of them, that they will consider the people of Porterville and the city of Porterville and how it will affect them. We pray, Father, that you'll also bless our first responders and watch out for them and keep them safe as they respond to emergencies. We love thee, Father, and we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. You may be seated. That brings us to oral communications. This is the opportunity to address the city council on any matter of interest, whether on the agenda or not. Please address all items not scheduled for public hearing at this time. Unless additional time is authorized by the council, all commentary shall be limited to 3 minutes. Is there anyone who'd like to come forward?
Brock Neely, address on record. Mr. Lawless. What you're receiving here is an agenda item from May of 2017. It was something that I encouraged the city to sponsor and support. And the reason why I bring that is attached behind it is also the data result of that decision. We have our first year's reporting on the data on veteran suicide in California. So we're coming closer to know the true number of deaths per day of veterans in this country. It's no longer 22 like your state assemblyman says in the postcard you'll be receiving in the mail today or tomorrow. It's 17.6. Then behind that is also the letter that Senator Hurtado sent to the Water Board telling them that they need to take a look at the impacts of their decisions on the water in our part of the valley when they make erroneous decisions that affect mostly just San Francisco and LA, they think. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to come forward?
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Virginia Garola, address on record. Unfortunately, I was out of town when the announcement to fill the council vacancy was announced, and I wish to congratulate Councilwoman Luana Tate on her appointment to the City Council. On July 20th, history was made for the city of Porterville, something I'd been hoping for many years. The glass ceiling was cracked open with 3 women now serving on the diocese. It has been a long time coming, and I congratulate you all. And just a few words. Many times when I was sitting on the dais, I'd say, the most important job as a council member is that of representing the city at county and statewide meetings when decisions are being made. Because if we're not present at those meetings, the city loses. You must be a strong voice for us. It must be a non-biased voice that will benefit the entire community. Lastly, now that the census is complete, it's time to begin the redistricting process. Why is redistricting important? Redistricting is the way we change the districts that determine who represents us. It provides an opportunity to redraw political lines so that each district is equal in population size based on the census data. The process affects districts at all levels of government, local school boards, city councils, the state legislatures, and the United States House of Representatives. It's also when the distribution of federal funds are allocated based on census data, funds that can benefit the city of Porterville. Mr. Lawless, I have some information for you and for the council. I want to inform you of an important meeting that will be held on Thursday, August the 12th at the Chema Community Center, 466 East Putnam at 6:30. There will be a discussion on the redistricting. Due to restrictions, only 100 people will be allowed at the meeting, with other modes of communication available online. For more information, you can go to the tulare.ca.gov/redistricting/. Thank you for your time to address the council.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to come forward for oral communications? And seeing none in the chamber, is there anyone in the virtual environment?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. That brings us to the AB 1234 reports. This is a time for all AB 1234 reports required pursuant to Government Code 53232.3. We have 4 reports. The first one is for the Local Initiatives Navigation Center Committee meeting of July 7th.
Thank you, Honor. This item was carried over from the last meeting. Ms. Calderon is with us and can provide that report.
Good evening. On July 2nd, 2021, the Link Planning Committee met. City staff present from the Community Development Department were Christina Tank and myself. And after calling the meeting to order, the chair began with introductions and approval of minutes from the May meeting as the June meeting had been canceled. Next, a discussion regarding the need for fundraising and legal services subcommittee chairs took place. Then under other matters, Laura Fisher from the Kings Tulare Homeless Alliance, known as KTHA, announced that Porterville is the only city in the bi-county region that is hosting Link events, thanks to this committee that has been very proactive in the establishment of said committee. She informed the committee that Link events are every other Wednesday from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. at the Porterville Welcome Center. And a flyer was shared and emailed out to all committee members to share with interested individuals or agencies, and anyone wanting to be at a table at the event should contact Laura at the KTHA for arrangements. Discussion also took place on establishing a local social media page to promote and give recognition to agencies and donors. KTHA was in support. Nicole Wynn volunteered to set it up, and she and Laura will connect outside of the meeting for further discussion. Outreach to the encampments will be made with semi-monthly Link events. Information by Judy May. She does outreach to individuals on the river that have pets. Sylvia Martinez will also conduct outreach to the different churches to help coordinate some of the information about the ongoing services being provided to the homeless community by the various volunteer groups out in the river. On that note, KTHA announced that they are developing a community engagement tool that is expected to launch in September called Front Door, that will serve as a platform for agencies and organizations to post services, events, outreach efforts, etc., to help streamline the services distribution, coordinate calendars, so that the efforts of all the volunteer groups or agencies have a more meaningful impact. The Porterville Welcome Center stated there's a need for barbers and hairstylist services, and committee members will work towards coordinating barber and hairstylist and a clothing closet to be available on the link event dates. The next meeting is scheduled for tomorrow, August 4th, 2021 at 3 p.m. via Zoom. And the next link event is scheduled for August 11th from 9:30 to 12 p.m. at the Porterville Welcome Center. And available for questions if you have any.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. Thank you for the report.
You're welcome.
The next report is for the Tulare County Task Force on Homelessness, meeting of July 21st.
Thank you, Mayor. We met on July the 21st. In attendance virtually from the city of Porterville was Mr. Jason Ridenour and me. Supervisor Shuckling made the announcement there are still vacancies. An at-large, tribal, other city, a few names have been received and they will be working on it. There was one public comment that was submitted electronically from a Tammy Burrows. Was submitted for reading with reference to Visalia. There were concerns with homeless brought to the Navigation Center of their discussions, bringing people from all over the place, for example, such as Tulare, other cities, Porterville, regarding harassment of other cities, mental illness, safety for those who live and around the area. That was an electronic communication that was submitted with concerns on a project that is in Visalia and not specific location, but it's probably their navigation center that they've been discussing. The one action item were the minutes. The minutes of June 16th were approved. Noah Whitaker provided updates on Project Room Key and an update on the vaccination efforts among the residents without housing. Echoing what Ms. Calderon stated with regard to the project Front Door, there was a presentation given by Laura Fisher of the Kings Tulare Homeless Alliance regarding the launch of that project. It is a van-sized vehicle. The overview, the idea came from a regional platform addressing homelessness and what was being done to address the homeless and how they could get involved. The areas of impact was street outreach and website. Under the street outreach, a van would be equipped to be an office on wheels and to distribute outreach items. On the website, it would be a one-stop shop for community members to get involved in efforts to address homelessness. The website is focused in 4 areas. It is friendly so that people can find many answers with connectivity, donations, and how to act now on that. She indicated that they would find on that website the truth about homelessness by the numbers, answers to frequently asked questions, and in Connect to see who was involved in this effort. They would have live links to the website as far as donations, to sponsor kits, hotel night, or even furnish someone's apartment. The Act Now would be learn how you can join the movement, volunteer and fundraising opportunities that would be coming up on an interactive calendar. She explained that the project is not a resource for those who are experiencing homelessness. It is not a new nonprofit, but it is not an open forum. She said, and they're looking ahead, their tentative launch date is September the 1st, and that they would need a buy-in from community partners and ongoing participation. And the funding would be coming from the county and the state. Emphasis with regard to the LINK project, she highlighted the 3 that were at the Porterville Welcome Center, echoing what Ms. Calderon had just shared. There was an overview presented by Shannon Tolbert of CalAIM. That is a collaborative with HealthNet and Anthem. It is an initiative. There was a lot of information, and it was specific in 2 areas that were in enhanced case management and in lieu services. She said it was health home. The state is to take the best practices that were discovered through different pilot projects, Tulare County case management programs, the highest of high needs, complicated health issues, social community support, and fall through the cracks, What do those individuals need? They would provide them with link support, food, social support group, and for people who are looking in all those areas. There are 7 areas, but I'm not going to go into them. Mr. Ridenour listened to this lengthy discussion, and because there was a lot of information that was presented by the one individual, I would encourage that you visit the Tulare County Task Force Homelessness video for that day. There was information that was provided regarding the 100-day, hashtag 100-day challenge. That is a cross-country collaborative between Tulare and Kings County, county representatives from different areas and different agencies. It was an emphasis that they were working with people who are experiencing homelessness and those who are in the domestic violence, who are experiencing the homelessness and human trafficking. They are working with the vouchers to those who are experiencing the homeless in those areas. The launch date was scheduled for July 28th and 29th, and they would be working with many agencies, for example, Health and Human Services, both counties, the Salvation Army, Kings United Way, etc., the District Attorney's Office, Family Crisis Center, Turning Point, to name a few, and the list goes on. As far as incentives, she said that they would be leveraging state funds, in particular housing vouchers, homing fees, market rent, and only highlighted a little bit with regard to the drawing for the frontline workers, that it would conclude at the end of the 100-day challenge, that if they only met half the goal that fund, they would not get the full $1,000 that was allocated, but she said that there was funds that were already put in the budget. With regard to updates from cities, I thank Noah Whitaker for attending City Council the evening before to introduce himself and to share the services available through the county. Jason Ridenour provided the report for Porterville, and he was very eloquent. Porterville Welcome Center has assisted 1,459 unduplicated clients since opening. The daily average is currently 45 to 60. Total sheltered for the month of June, 41. Total exits for the month of June were 18. House 3, that number has not changed. It was due to not having vouchers available at that time. Eligibility worker service was 2, county notary 15, drug counselor 1. There were highlights of unsheltered and sheltered services, affirmation of the projects that were in Porterville. He shared that on July 24th, the New Hope Christian Fellowship would have an event at the Welcome Center, which would be providing the haircuts for the homeless population. Tulare reported, they indicated they had a special city council meeting on June 22nd to address concerns and needs in addressing homelessness. There was county representation, and others provided information to explain the things that were going on elsewhere. What they were working on, and it was brought for discussion there, is the probability of a safe vehicle program for the evening. And that would be where people could come and park their vehicles, have safety for that evening, and they could leave in the morning, which is how I understood it. She said at that meeting there wasn't resistance. There were a couple of projects brought to the table, and that they were looking at the strategic plan, Pathway Home, which is something that we used over a year ago to get us to where we're at right now, to get ideas. Viceda, there was not much to report, and only highlighted the housing and that they needed more low-income housing. That concludes my report. I hope I covered most of it because it was a lengthy meeting. Our next meeting is August the 18th, and I want to echo and compliment the city with their efforts to bring the Navigation Center. We have been operating since the summer of last year, while others are still working on projects. So thank you to city staff and the support.
Okay, thank you for the report. Any questions from council? Okay. The next report is for the Library Facility Planning Committee, July 22nd meeting.
Can you hear me?
Will it
I
reach?
don't want to pull it too far. Okay. There we go. Hear me okay? Testing. Is that okay? All right. So I'll give the report on the Library Facility Planning Committee. We met on July 22nd, 2021. As the chair of that committee, I called the meeting to order at 4:39, and that we had no oral communications on this evening. We approved the minutes from the previous month's meeting on June 10th. And we had one scheduled matter this evening. We reviewed the library needs assessment overview, and what we did was we had a summary of the preliminary results. So Penny Hummel began with information and statistics on the focus groups. She broke the data down into 3 categories, which consisted of community characteristics, prioritizing youth, and vision of the library. We had an outstanding response of 1,638 English and 114 Spanish survey responses submitted. Next, we took a look at the timeline of the project, which is now in week 13 at the time of this meeting. 2 more meetings remain with the consultants and this committee, followed by a presentation that will be to City Council by the consultants on August 17th. The fellow consultant, Carson Block, was up next and informed the committee of the technology components of the data collection. Keyword and topic analysis was the approach that Carson used to assess the data. Carson next covered preliminary technology recommendations, examples of maker spaces, technology and media rooms. Also collaborative spaces were shown next in the presentation. Carson wrapped up by touching on tech-driven services, new and self-directed education, and new service models. Penny closed the portion of the item by telling the committee that she would be sending out the program for review, and that is what will be covered in the upcoming meeting this week on August 5th. I do want to add, in the presentations that they provided, the meeting is typically 1 hour, so there was so much information provided that evening that they went through it pretty quickly, and there was a lot of examples of the open-ended questions. I thought that was the most interesting, so that's where they used the word analysis to kind of target trends that they saw in the data. So as they presented that, they let us know that they would be sending out the documents so that we could review them after the meeting and then bring back responses and feedback to our August 5th meeting. So that's what we will be doing. And I just wanted to remind City Council and the public that when the consultants started working with the committee in April, we did get a chart which showed us each week that they would be working with us and what was going to occur on those times. I think during that whole period, the only time we had to reschedule a meeting was because of the excessive amount of surveys, which was a good problem to have. That took a little longer to pull the data from. But with that, we do have the City Council presentation coming up in mid-August so that the final report can be delivered to the city and then presented.
Okay, thank you for the report. I had a question too about the needs assessment, if a copy of the full needs assessment will be distributed to the council prior to the presentation.
It sure can, if that's the council's desire, yes.
I think so, especially since the process was leaning very heavily on the needs assessment, and given that the meeting time was not long enough to go through it, I think it's good just to match up what we read and then what's presented. Any other questions from council? Okay. And the last report is the Internal Audit Committee meeting from July 26th.
Thank you. We met on the 26th. Members in attendance, Councilmember Carrillo, city staff, Ms. Maria Bemis, Mr. John Lawless, legal counsel, Ms. Julia Liu, and me. From the Chamber Board in attendance, Mr. Dennis Hickey, attorney and board member, Mr. Alan Bailey, Ms. Cindy Fernandez, inclusive of the interim Porterville Chamber CEO, Ms. Christina Clausen. I want to thank the members of the public who attended virtually and in person. And there was one public comment made. Mr. Brock Neely expressed himself virtually, his concern with regard to the insurance requirements and indemnification, that he would like to see that as a part of the process, and as we discussed. The scheduled matter was to review the agreement between the city and the Chamber of Commerce, review and discussion of potential amendments of the agreement. This meeting was a work session. Provided was the original 2006 agreement, the 2019 amendment, and the draft 2020 agreement. Discussion unfolded, and the facilitation was to review the agreement line by line. Mr. Ickes indicated that he brought with him a red line copy. We agreed that copies of his agreement be made, and it was distributed for us to work through, so it was in alignment with the draft that was presented to us, but it had the red line items. Paragraph by paragraph, line by line, we proceeded. It was obvious that what was in 2006 to date, that there had changes that should be made, deleting, addition, changing words. When we got to the activities section of the agreement, discussion with regard to the annual activity reports, Councilmember Carrillo expressed perhaps that they submit an annual plan identifying activities. The discussion then proceeded to the annual financial report, the date to submit, etc., and questions and discussions and dialogue back and forth. Then it went into, with regard to the dollar amount of the $35,000, whether to do a one-time dollar amount or continue with the quarterly amount. Questions with regard to the chamber accounting year and the city accounting year, the difference and how it could be worked out. How is this investment going to be made, where it would be applied? There were questions with regard to the financial reports and how much the city wanted to see. Regarding these two sections, both legal counsels would be communicating, the draft and the rewordings would be made, and then the chamber would present to their board. All of this is still tentative. Our legal counsel will be providing the draft changes to us on August the 17th so we can review and continue with City Council, in particular with regard to the stipend, financials, and to the plan. The item will continue to the next Internal City Audit Committee with the Chamber. The next meeting is scheduled for August the 31st at 4 p.m. This concludes my report, and I don't know if there's anything else I may have left off, and I'm looking at legal counsel if I summarized it.
I think you got everything.
Thank you
To a T.
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions from council? Okay, that brings us to the reports section. This is the time for all committee, commission, board reports, subcommittee reports, and staff informational items. I believe staff reports were included in the packet. Anything to add?
No, you have your regular quarterly reports that have been provided, as well as a particular mention of a donation made by E-Campus Vitus, local chapter of E-Campus Vitus, to the Zalad House. Happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Any questions from council on the items in the reports? Okay.
I don't have any questions. I just want to comment and say thank you for the information from
Yeah,
all
and-
the departments.
Yeah, and just particular attention on the code enforcement report was a discussion about having particular reporting in the quarter of, based on your last council meeting with regard to abatement of code enforcement regards to recreational vehicles, boats, trailers, and other items summarized in the report.
Thank you. And that brings us to the consent calendar. All consent calendar items are considered routine and will be enacted in one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these matters unless a request is made, in which event the item will be removed from the consent calendar. All items removed from the consent calendar for further discussion will be heard at the end of scheduled matters. Council, how would you like to proceed?
Mayor, on item number 5, I just want to note that this was a carryover from the last council meeting because Councilmember Tate and I have a conflict on number 5.
Thank you. Saved me having to do it.
And if there are no items to be pulled,
Your Honor,
Yes, Councilmember Stowe.
I'd like to pull number 8, please.
Okay. Request to pull item 8.
okay, if there are no items to be pulled, I make the motion that we accept 1 through 7, 9 through 12,
Noting the conflicts.
and the noted conflicts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion. Is there a second?
I will second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We'll go ahead and, do we need to call voice votes? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Tate,
Voice vote.
We get to do it old school today.
Let's see how mine works.
Councilmember Tate,
Yes.
Councilmember Corella,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Aye.
Mayor Reyes.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you. That brings us to our public hearing for the evening, item 13.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have one public hearing scheduled for this evening. That is to consider the Landscape and Lighting District annual assessments. And Mr. Moore will provide that staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. Honorable Mayor and members of the council. The city has created 74 landscape and lighting maintenance districts since 1989. The original district had 17 areas annexed for new developments. And since 1996, new districts have been formed for each new development representing districts 2 through 56. Annually, a process of evaluating maintenance needs and establishing an assessment for each LLMD must be followed. At its meeting on July 20th, 2021, the City Council preliminarily approved the annual engineer's report, which indicates the proposed assessments for the 2021-22 fiscal year. The assessments, once approved by the council, are placed upon the tax bill of property owners as a special assessment and collected by the County of Tulare. The assessment process must be filed with the county by August 10th, 2021 in order to be placed upon the tax rolls. The engineer's report provides a financial detail on each district. District fund balances are reviewed on an annual basis to determine funding needs for maintenance as well as determining assessment requirements. Based on this analysis, staff was able to determine that not all districts will be assessed this fiscal year. Staff's recommendation is that the City Council conduct a public hearing on the 2021-22 assessments for the landscape and lighting maintenance districts to take comments or receive protests on the proposed assessments and adopt the resolution ordering the continued maintenance of landscape and lighting maintenance districts and confirming the engineer's report and assessments for the 2021-22 fiscal year. That concludes staff's report. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from council before we open the public hearing?
I do not.
Okay, so we will open the public hearing at 7:18 p.m. Is there anyone who would like to come forward to speak for the public hearing? I don't see any in the chambers. Is there anyone online?
No, Your Honor.
And no written?
And we have received no written communication. Or
Okay.
email, I'm sorry.
So we will close the public hearing at 7:18 p.m. and bring it back to council. Councilmember Carrillo, do you have any questions or?
I don't right now.
Okay. Councilmember Stowe, any questions?
No, I don't, Your Honor.
Okay. Councilmember Tate, any questions? Vice Mayor Flores?
Mayor, if there are no questions, I'd like to make the motion that we adopt the resolution, order the continued maintenance of landscape and lighting maintenance districts, confirming the engineer's report and assessments for 2021-2022 fiscal year.
Okay, there's a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Vice Mayor Flores, second by Councilmember Stowe. We'll go ahead and call for the vote.
Councilmember Tate,
Aye.
Councilmember Carrillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Aye.
Mayor Reyes.
Aye, passes 5-0. Thank you. Just a note in the scheduled matters, we've had a request to move item 16 as the first scheduled matter. And can we do that through consensus? Council, is there any objection to moving item 16 as the first scheduled matter? So we'll proceed with 16, then 14, 15.
No objection.
Okay? Okay, so we will start with item 16.
I believe I need to step out now.
Just note for the record that Councilmember Carrillo is stepping out for a previously established conflict of interest.
Okay, and thank you for moving that up. The request is due to the number of folks that were online in participation.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I know we have a number of folks that are participating electronically, representing Tule River Tribe. So if there are folks that need to be let in, I guess let us know as that is occurring. So, considering this item, there are now 7 scheduled matters before the City Council this evening, and taking number 16 in first in order. As the council is aware, back in January of 2020, the City of Porterville and the Tule River Tribe entered into an MOU related to the tribe's ongoing efforts to relocate its casino and resort to a 40-acre parcel owned by the tribe within the geographical boundaries of the city. The BIA did issue a final environmental impact statement in 2019, which identified several off-reservation impacts and recommended mitigation measures to address those impacts. In conjunction with the FEIS, impacts were identified that will require project improvements to the city's water, wastewater, and storm drain systems. The contemplated improvements include improvements and replacements related to the city's existing wastewater treatment plant as conveyed through lift stations 7 and 12 and approximately 800 feet of transmission main, construction of a tertiary water system, and the development of a new storm drain retention basin. Parties also identified potential opportunities for joint benefits concerning these projects, including the provision of irrigation water to the city's nearby sports complex. Consequently, the party staff and the City Council Ad Hoc Committee recommended the formation of Joint Powers Authority in an effort to assist in the financing, operation, and maintenance of the needed improvements. At the City Council's meeting of May 19th, 2020, Council gave consideration and approved a Joint Powers Agreement for the development of specific wastewater facilities and improvements, with an understanding that the agreement for the provision of recycled water was also being developed and negotiated. The parties had agreed, when taking into consideration the capacity to be added, that the cost allocation of the proposed projects are approximately 2 to 1, 2 to the city, 1 to the tribe. This allocation was also reflected in the proposed makeup of the board, including 3 voting city representatives and 2 voting tribe representatives. Pursuant to the proposed terms of that agreement, the city was to be responsible for the administration of the agreement and act on the authority's behalf with regard to the future development agreements. The tribe was responsible for the planning, permitting, design, construction, and repairs needed to the city's existing water treatment plant, and then further be responsible for the planning, permitting, design, and construction of the tertiary treatment wastewater facilities. Subsequent to the council's approval of that JPA agreement, due to financial constraints experienced by the tribe as a result of the ongoing coronavirus pandemic, It was determined that the city would become the financier of the off-reservation water and wastewater improvements and replacements, including the tertiary wastewater system. In January 2021, earlier this year, the city completed the issuance of approximately $30 million in financing, in significant part to fund the necessary water and wastewater improvements and replacements, as well as the development of a new storm drain retention basin. As a result of the change in the funding approach, the parties are proposing to enter into several agreements. The first is a revised joint powers agreement. Agreement provides that the framework for an authority comprised of the city and the tribe appointed members, and it would provide oversight and serve as the funding conduit for the tertiary wastewater facility, the development of a new storm drain recharge retention basin, and wastewater collection system improvements. Similar to the previous JPA agreement, the revised JPA agreement provides that the authority will be comprised of 3 members appointed by the City Council and 2 members appointed by the Tule River Tribal Council. Additionally, the city manager and the Tribal Council chair may serve as ex officio non-voting members. The city would administer the authority. In addition to those powers, the authority will also have the ability to facilitate and pursue funding for the development of comprehensive transportation improvements for the West Porterville area surrounding the tribe's property and including the Porterville Municipal Airport area. The second proposed agreement is the agreement for the development and reimbursement of costs for the wastewater and recycled water system facilities and improvements. The agreement sets forth the parties' obligations concerning the development of the improvements and provides that the city will advance the cost of the improvements and the tribe will reimburse the city for its respective share. 2/3 of the actual costs of the tertiary wastewater facility and related wastewater improvements are the responsibility of the city, with 1 responsibility of the tribe, and the city bears the full cost responsibility for the new retention basin. Pursuant to the proposed terms of this agreement, these funds will be placed in an escrow account controlled by the authority, dispersed by the authority's approval and oversight, and the tribe will reimburse the city as agreed over a 10-year period consistent with the city's policies as applied to other large-scale development projects. The reimbursement payment plan agreement and associated unsecured note further detail the parties' obligations and are also consistent with the city's policies with regard to other city development. These serve as exhibits to the development agreement and are proposed to be approved as to form only as the documents cannot be finalized until the full cost of the improvements are known. After the preparation of the staff report, there was a bid opening that occurred last evening, in fact, with regard to the wastewater treatment facility. And Mr. and I can provide, perhaps through the item this evening, kind of the results of that, which I would say were more favorable in light of estimated engineers' costs as that was approached. But some of those details that were missing and being able to complete some of the development agreement and reimbursement payment plan will still be forthcoming. So, and the formation of the authority and its representation is necessary for the award of bids from the opening that occurred last evening. So I know the city attorney has additional comments she wishes to add.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless. I just wanted to add that I did get communications from the tribe's attorney that's been working with me on these agreements, and she did have a few sort of last-minute changes that came up after the posting of the agenda, so I wanted to make sure I summarized those for you. Many of them were technical corrections, and we've been revising and modifying and working on this agreement, and as we've been doing that, things have been changing. Conditions have been changing, so there's been lots of things that have changed, and so there were some numbering issues that have been corrected. But I did want to go over some of there are a few substantive changes that they're proposing that you can also consider tonight, in addition to what you already have in front of you in the agenda packet. So I just wanted to summarize those so that they are on the record. With regard to the joint powers agreement, in the first whereas clause, they've just added some clarifying language concerning that recital number E, where it talks about the additional desire to establish an entity for facilitating the development of comprehensive transportation improvements for West Porterville, including the Porterville Business Park, including the pursuit of funding and the development of a tribe transportation plan, ATP, so that the authority can pursue grant funding. So that's been added at the very end, that last clause. There was the main change, I suppose, on this is, as we have it and as it was previously approved, we have that 3-2 makeup of the JPA, and they've asked for additional language that would allow, upon completion, dedication, and acceptance of the tertiary wastewater treatment facilities, whose construction is contemplated by the parties to this agreement, the city and tribe shall negotiate in good faith regarding the addition of a third voting representative to the board of the authority to be appointed by the tribe, and such negotiations would be concluded within 120 days of acceptance of the tertiary water treatment facility. So that is a substantive change, because currently the proposal and what the council had previously agreed to was that just the 2-3, or the 3-2 ratio, given the contribution of funding. And I will note too that this can always be amended later. The JPA agreement can theoretically be negotiated and discussed with the parties later if they wanted to. Just like any other contract can be negotiated later and modifications can be made. And then there was some, the only other major change to that agreement was there was mutual indemnification that the tribe is asking for in the defense and indemnity obligations section, and I don't have an issue with that. So that was also added. And the rest of it were very technical changes that I do not have, and clarifications that I do not have a problem with, that are just really minor and non-substantive in nature. So that's that agreement. And then with regard to the development agreement, I think almost all of those, if I can get to them here, were mainly numbering issues, because this is a pretty extensive agreement. Some changes to the article numbering and the section numbering. Again, mutual indemnification added, which is acceptable to me. And that's it. Thank you. I also note that we do have, as Mr. Lawless mentioned, Carrie Patterson is available via Zoom. There may be other tribal representatives that are also here on Zoom and may actually be in the audience. So if you have questions or would like, or if any of them would like to speak and you'd like to give them an opportunity, they are present if you want to do that.
Council, any questions for staff? Okay. Are there any members of the tribal council or the legal team that would like to address the council? Okay. Welcome, Mr. Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gary Santos for the Tule River Tribe. I also serve as the chairman of the relocation committee for the casino. First of all, I just want to say that the tribe is pleased to partner with the city of Porterville on the tertiary plant and related projects. The tertiary plant will not only serve our new casino, but the surrounding community, including the sports complex. This agreement allows us to jointly address water shortages and future transportation needs. We hope that this partnership sets the stage for future collaboration on issues of mutual concern. So we just want to say thank you guys and for putting us on the agenda. Also, thank you for allowing us to move ahead in your agenda. A lot of us are on Zoom. So I know Carrie's online, and I believe Raylene Clower is, and the vice chairman. So I want to give Carrie a chance to talk a little bit, as she worked with Julia on this a lot. So at this time, I'll yield to her comments, and then I'll finalize. And I believe the vice chairman or even Raylene Clower might have some comments, and then I'll finish up.
Okay, great. And you can admit the legal counsel, and then the others, as they're ready to speak, can raise their hand, and you can admit them as they find their appropriate time to chime in.
Good evening, this is Carrie Patterson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, apologies that I'm not there this evening. I just wanted to let you know that it was this agreements were some long time coming, and we're very excited to enter into this phase of our project. I want to make one note on the board composition. The board composition, we've asked for that change at the end, and we've asked for some consideration regarding the tribe's ability to add an additional member after the completion of the tertiary plant. I would note that that is a good faith negotiation, and so we hope that in the spirit of cooperation that you'll accept those that revision. And if you have any other questions about the agreement, I'm available to address those. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council? Okay. Not seeing any at this time. Are there any others from the tribe with their hand raised? Or signaling otherwise?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I see Raylene Clower.
Yes.
Okay,
Good evening.
good evening.
Thank you guys so much for taking this into consideration. And what I just wanted to comment and thank Carrie and Julia for all the hard work that they've put into this document. And I know it's a long time coming, and I'm glad to finally be here today. Thank you.
Thank you. And also, is the vice chairman on or indicating?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for moving us up on the agenda. A lot of us are here on the Zoom, and I will defer to the chairman of the relocation committee on comments for the tribe. So I just wanted to check in and tell you thank you, and we appreciate all the work and all the support that you've given us through this entire process, and we look forward to working with you in the future. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, council, since we've heard comments from members of the tribe and the relocation team, are there any questions that you have for the chair of the relocation committee? No. Councilmember Stowe, any questions?
Not for anyone in the relocation committee, but I do have a question for our legal team. Excuse me. There was a request to move the votes or the numbers of the committee for the tribe and the city to be 3-3. Is that correct? Right? And is there anyone else on the committee?
So there's there's actually two ex officio members, one for the city and one for the tribe. Ex officio means that they don't vote. But other than that, it would just be there's, right now, as it stands, what was being proposed was 3 members appointed by the city, 2 members appointed by the tribe. The change is to engage after the completion of the tertiary water treatment facility. That then there'd be good faith negotiations on having the tribe appoint a 3rd member, the possibility of the tribe appointing a 3rd member. So that's actually what's proposed. I can read the language again if you guys want, so that it's real clear.
Well, that's okay. I think I read it, but will the finances change at all? I mean, will there be any equality in financing that's paid out or surrendered?
Well, I guess we don't really know what happens, what the JPA will be considering in the way of projects and how that funding will play out for those future transportation improvements. So we do know that it's essentially a 3-2 ratio with regard to the wastewater treatment facilities that are going to need to be built. But what we don't know is what happens after that with the organization and what we're looking at in the way of funding and who has what proportion of what funding, because we just don't know what projects yet are going to be pursued and what those will look like and what those benefits will be.
So the city would be financing the majority of the project or a good portion of the project?
That's more of a city manager question, so I'll defer to the city manager.
Of which component, Councilmember? So the
initial component, right? Or
so
the tertiary treatment.
So the tertiary treatment facility, the city's responsible at a 2-to-1 financial ratio. So and I guess this is a good segue. Mr. Knight, would you mind kind of talking about yesterday's bid result? So there were three bids. Now these haven't been certified, is what I would say. This was a bid opening that occurred last evening at 5 o'clock. Mr. Knight was in attendance. And there were three bidders, and Would you mind?
And I could share the outcome of those bid packets. So there was 3 bidders that responded at the bid opening. The cost estimation for the construction of the project ranges from about $14.2 million to $12 million.
Right. So and that's for the, that does not include there's another part of this project. This is one specific, just specific to the tertiary treatment facility and the 800 feet of the lift station work, right?
Right.
Right. So there's another component that is yet to be bid, which is also under the authority, under this authority, which is the development of a storm drain recharge basin on city property.
That's 100% funded by the city.
That is 100% funded by the city, but is part of the project. It is a part of the project development. So that's 100% funded by the city. The city is responsible for 67% of the funding for the tertiary treatment facility, which is contained in this, there's a development agreement that contains within it the payment promissory note and development agreement of this facility, to which the tribe would have a 1/3 cost responsibility, which they would pay over a 10-year period of time under the city's economic, candidly, the city's economic incentive program, which we've had a number of enterprises take advantage of, which is 0% interest over 10 years. And so they would be city would be financing their share of that, and the tribe would be paying that over a 10-year period of time at 0% interest. And so the authority would be handling the distribution of funds through the city. And again, that goes back to as the project meets milestones. It's difficult to say what that would be, because I think the authority needs to develop those disbursement points. That's part of the, how on a certain progress payments or those sorts of things. There are some decisions that need to be made by the authority, because the authority is the board that will be making the decisions. Has this been completed? Ultimately, at the end, as a city council experiences, when you have a project done, we come to you, say, project's done, here's final payout. Everything meets city standards, everything, because this is all being built to city standards and will be owned by the city. The authority is a conduit, as described in the staff report, a conduit for financing for these required facilities as part of the project. But they are off reservation and responsibilities of the city, owned by the city, and primarily funded by the city. And when it gets to transportation, there are cost responsibilities that the city and the tribe and the county have. And so, but there are opportunities, and I think that's what speaks to the authority of having a broader future-looking of graduating beyond just wastewater treatment facility improvements and storm drain improvements to also looking at transportation improvements and how they can be coordinated, and other funding secured perhaps collaboratively. Did that answer your question, Councilmember?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember Tate, any questions? Okay, and Vice Mayor Flores?
I don't have questions.
Okay. I do have a couple of thoughts, and that, that we had agreed to the composition previously, where I don't have an objection to changing that composition in the future. I think that where the timeline of completion of the tertiary plant seems logical, when you place into the conversation the dispersal points as mentioned by the city manager, coordination for grants with ATP, the timeline that's proposed, it becomes arbitrary when you look at the big picture. As again, I'm not, and by arbitrary, I'm not indicating any less significant or important. I'm just saying that there's a lot of other moving parts that need to coincide before anything can be done. And I guess an example would be that if there were a hard timeline that was listed, it would encourage ramping up to activities related, but without the coordination. So I think the board itself, I think, would have a better idea of, by looking at grants that were available, when the right time, based on opportunity and opportunity for success, to have that collaboration would be the best determining factor when the composition were to change. But I do want to highlight that there are the ex officio members, so that any relevant information will be conveyed to the board through those ex officio members, and also that there's no way to disregard the significance of the possibility of a council member being appointed to this board and having it be the representative of that district. So there are some relationships between the district that the location is in and the decisions that are being made. So there are, where it would seem there's not quite a balance, I would actually say that there's some balancing in there with those descriptions of who's actually placed in there. So those are my thoughts as far as the changes of the composition. I think until some certain benchmarks are hit, that it's probably best to keep the composition as it's described and has been approved previously. But those are just my thoughts. I don't know if anybody else has comment.
I'm just going to comment because I'm not going to disrespect the request that has been made. And that is something that is in the foresight of the future. But again, I'm going to echo the sentiment with regard to the composition, which was the 3-2, as we had agreed. And as I was looking at the information that was submitted with the agenda packet, with what we received, that is in the direction of where I'm only one person, where I would see that we would, for the moment, I would find comfort with what was submitted with the packet. The information that we received after the agenda brought the momentum of the request, and I'm saying I'm not going to disrespect that, but I think we have to move with what was already agreed upon in the documents that were sent out. That's just my comment.
Okay, and I'll go back to Councilmember Stowe if you have any comments.
I do have a comment, and we've had an agreement in place for, quite some time. And as far as the technical and changes, and I don't mind, changing those, but the numbers of the committee, I rather for it to stay status quo, because just to keep this project progressing, because I'm sure if we change that, then we'll go back and we're going to be looking through the agreement and something else wants to be changed by, by city members or something. And maybe in the future we can change it and make it even, which is, I think it probably should be, but right now, just for the sake of progression, let's just maintain it the same and fix those technical problems, and let's just go and move on.
Did you want to say something, Mr. Santos?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and that's exactly what the tribe is asking. The number from 3 city council members and 2 council members until the tertiary plant is completed, and then sit down and negotiate on maybe adding. It's a negotiation in good faith. We're not saying by any means that's going to change as soon as the tertiary plant is completed in construction. As we all know, that's going to take approximately.
The discussion is they would like to have it done before October of 22, correct? And we're hoping that it's already operational as a opening day activity, and doing testing and certification through the state for operating. So yes.
Yes, and we're just it's a good faith partnership. It's what it is. It's so that's all we're suggesting there.
Okay, and, you know, and I thank you for clarifying that, because I don't see any reason why there's, anything should prevent the group from being able to examine, take a snapshot of what opportunities there are, because I think it was either legal counsel or city manager that said, we're not quite sure what actions the board would take, or what deals or grants we would be applying for. So I think if the timeline was more indicative of when we take that snapshot and look at who and what we need to have to move forward, I think that seems to be a little bit more, I think it would be more successful. I was just, you know, because whenever there's a hard stop or a date, as you know, with the project, sometimes things go earlier, sometimes they take longer. So that's where I start to see a little bit of maybe a chaotic situation starting, just because we're trying to hit a deadline. But I understand from where you're saying that there's some flexibility there. So whether the language for that, I'd ask legal counsel if there's the
question?
flexibility in what's already been accepted. Well, you did mention that this could be changed.
So a couple things. So the one thing in here, I mean, the fact that there's a negotiation shall be concluded within 120 days of acceptance is, I mean, yes, there's flexibility, but the flexibility only goes so far with the proposed language. Yes, you can always negotiate a modification of various terms of the JPA depending on what happens down the line. You don't need language in the JPA to say that in order to be able to have that ability. So it's just like a written contract. The written contract, you can always go and negotiate a change to the terms. So that's always a possibility down the line if the council or the body itself is wanting to do that.
Okay, so I guess the only question is, well, I guess since it's here for us to approve, then I guess we would submit the terms in which we approve.
Right, it's just a matter of what is the council comfortable approving tonight on this. You know, it's up to, and then I mean, obviously both parties have to agree, but we need to get this going so that the project can get funded.
Right.
So which is important. And that we can stay on our timelines, that the tribe can stay on its timelines. I'm sure that's important to them.
Awarded.
Huh?
And bids awarded.
Given that it's awarded, yeah.
Well, it hasn't been awarded.
Oh, that it will be awarded soon.
And it requires the authority to do that.
And so there are folks who are willing to undertake the work, who are just waiting for this board to be formed and approve a bid.
Actually, what's the stale date?
So just to provide a little bit more insight to that, there is, by the 5th, there is some remaining documentation. They had a 72-hour grace period to provide additional documentation by the apparent low bidder. So they're still collecting that information, but after the 5th, they'll be waiting for an award. So
But generally, bids are good for 90 days. What's the stale date?
I don't recall what it's listed in this packet.
I'm going to appeal to Daniel. Daniel, what's industry standard?
Usually bids are good for, I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, up until it gets awarded and stuff. And so then I believe it's 30 days from the day that bids are due.
So there's going to be some work that needs to be done by the authority. I mean, the agreement's the easy part, actually. There's going to have to be meetings of the authority to establish the membership, to organize its business. There's a lot of moving parts that have to be done in a short period of time.
Okay. And so I guess my last question is, in what has been presented already, there is the flexibility to change the composition at any time, not just at the time that the tertiary treatment.
Right. A joint powers authority agreement can be amended at any, without having a provision that requires.
And let me just say, the beauty of this is there's only two parties to it. It's yourself and the tribe. I'll use TCAG as talk about amending an agreement that requires a majority of the Board of Supervisors and a majority of the cities that represent a majority of the population of Tulare County.
Right.
That's how you amend that a JPA agreement. So
I've got one. I can do you better. I represent a statewide JPA that has like 20 members. And so you have to send it to every member. But it's possible. We do it every year. We review and look at and consider regular, what needs to be changed, what needs to be tweaked in the joint powers agreement. It's a common practice.
So the good news is it's just the city and the tribe that, and any term of this can be modified.
One more comment, Mr. Mayor, and the tribe's not proposing any changes to the agreement until after the tertiary plant is completed, which is approximately a year and a few months from now, and that'll give time for the JPA to actually form and meet and understand on future projects or on how we're going to work. So this is a work in progress, and we want to get it going. So.
Okay. Vice Mayor, did you have a?
No, well, he just, in his dialogue, he pretty much affirmed, in moving forward with what's been presented. And we know that this is something that can be modified at a later date, and as we work on it. That was just my comment, with what he shared, with what Mr. Santos shared.
And I agree that I don't argue with setting a timeline for when to examine the composition as what's laid out in the composition is it actually doesn't have to be city council members. It can be appointees of the city council, which there may be cause for reexamination of the composition just based on who should be on there, who would be best suited for that. So, and I guess, I mean, we're going to take action, but I'm hoping that that's sufficient enough relating to what you've said for, to deal with it. But I think that I see it as about the same, just taking that number out. So with that, council, we have an action before us. Is there any other comments or thought of how to move forward?
I don't have no further comment, and I will go ahead and make the motion with the documents that were presented with the agenda packet that we approve the joint powers agreement between the city and the Tule River Tribe in the development of wastewater and recycled water facilities, as well as establishing the Porterville Area Development Authority, and consider approval of the development and reimbursement agreement for wastewater and recycled water system facilities and improvements, and to authorize the mayor to sign the documents.
Okay.
Can I ask for one clarification to that motion before it's seconded so that we can avoid all the going back and forth on the motion second? Can I also ask that that allow for the change on the indemnification and subject to technical corrections and non-substantive changes as, pursuant to your legal counsel's recommendation?
I will modify my motion to include that.
Thank you.
What you just said.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Councilmember Stowe, any further discussion? Okay, we'll go ahead and call for the vote.
Councilmember Tate? Aye. Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Flores?
Aye.
Mayor Reyes?
Aye. Passes 4-0. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Santos.
Can I make some closing comments?
Sure, I'll give you a few moments.
Thank you. It'll only take a few seconds, but thank you guys, City Council. The tribe's real eager in getting this board formed and moving forward. As you guys know and your staff knows, the relocation project is going full steam ahead. They're putting up steel already. We definitely need this JPA to be formed so we can move as was stated. But most of all, I want to thank you, Mayor, and also the Fire Chief Dave Lapeer for sticking it out with us, I guess you'd say. You guys traveled to DC with the tribe. I know the city manager's been very, very important in this. Milt Stowe, and, Martha's been on board, and helping the tribe out. So we just want to say thank you to you guys and continue the great relationship that we have and move forward and build a nice facility for not only for the tribe, but also the surrounding community. This is huge for the tribe, so we thank you guys.
Thank you, and we look forward to participating in the JPA and everything that happens afterwards, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So that brings us back to item 14.
14. Yes, thank you, Your Honor. The second of the 7 scheduled matter this evening is in consideration of appointments to the Parks and Leisure Services Commission, and Ms. Hildreth, provide that staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless, Mayor, members of council. The Parks and Leisure Services Commission currently has a vacancy with a term to expire in October 2023. Staff is in receipt of one request for appointment, which is provided in your packets, and that is from Ms. Arlene Pena. As you know, the Parks and Leisure Services Commission serves in an advisory capacity to the City Council on matters concerning parks and leisure services and is comprised of 8 members with staggered 4-year terms. To be eligible for appointment, individuals must reside within the City of Porterville and also represent a cross-section of our community. The Commission currently meets on the first Thursday of each month at 5:30 at City Hall, and staff has confirmed that the applicant's listed address is located within the city's boundaries. So at this time, staff recommends that the City Council consider the appointment of Ms. Arlene Pena to the Parks and Leisure Services Commission to serve the remainder of a 4-year term set to expire in October of 2023. I'm available for questions should you have any.
Thank you. Council, are there any questions regarding this application for appointment?
I have no questions.
I have none.
Yes.
I have none.
Oh, none? Okay.
I'm sorry.
In that case, is there a motion?
Mayor, I'll make the motion that we accept the appointment of Arlene Pena to Parks and Leisure Services Commission to
Okay.
serve the 4-year term through October 2023.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I'll
Okay.
second.
All right. Ty.
She can second.
Okay. All right, so a motion and a second. We'll go ahead and call for the vote.
Councilmember Tate? Aye. Councilmember Curla?
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Flores?
Aye.
Mayor Reyes?
Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Up next, item 15.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next item of order is the consideration of appointment to the Internal City Audit Committee, and again, Ms. Hildreth will provide the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Lawless, Mayor, members of council. The Internal City Audit Committee currently has a vacancy due to public member Earl Park's relocation out of our community. City staff advertised the vacancy and is in receipt of several requests for appointment from interested individuals, those being Mr. Brock Neely, Ms. Sochi Ramos, and Mr. Rob Taylor. The Internal City Audit Committee is comprised of 2 city council members, 1 member of the public, the city manager, city attorney, and finance director. It is charged with managing the work of the independent auditor and reviewing both the annual audit and the comprehensive annual financial report, or the CAFR, prior to the submission of those documents to the City Council. The Audit Committee is also tasked with undertaking special studies as assigned by the City Council, and the committee is expected to meet regularly in person at City Hall. With that, the City Council, staff is requesting that the City Council appoint 1 individual to serve on the Internal City Audit Committee, and staff is prepared with the McCracken method should the council wish to proceed in that manner.
Okay, thank you. And I see 2 of the applicants in the audience. Do we see the other applicant perhaps on Zoom? Okay.
May I ask who's in the audience?
Mr. Rob Taylor and Mr. Brock Neely.
Can I ask them a question?
Sure.
Is that legal?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Well, yeah. It depends, I suppose, on the question, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say yes.
Okay. Well, the question is pertaining to this. I just want to know what either one of them are going to bring to the table in this committee, because it's very important. They're going to be looking over contracts and agreements throughout the city, and I just want to know if any of them had any experience in doing that.
Sure, and so.
Is that legal?
Yes.
So we can ask, and as a matter of fact, I think it's appropriate for, unless there's other questions, I think it's appropriate to ask the question and then a brief introduction of yourself. As we've seen the application, but if you wanted to come up, we can go in alphabetical order. Mr. Neely wanted to come up, answer the question, and give a brief statement.
Well, I control the finances of a nonprofit and audit that regularly. I also was a retail manager that had to do daily audits of cash registers, and I do have a certificate of completion for a double entry accounting course at Tarrant County Community College in Texas. So I don't have any specific audit information in my background of this type, but I'm willing to learn, and I've been reading all the contracts in the last 10 years as I've gone through the agendas anyway. So and I've got them all on my computer, so if you want them.
Okay. Mr. Taylor, did you want to come up?
Hi, everybody. Most of you know me, and I know most of you. My name's Rob Taylor. I've been involved in several nonprofit organizations over the years that involve audits, contracts, all that kind of stuff. I am a business owner. Over the last 30 years, have bought and sold 3 or 4 businesses. Along with those, there's always some sort of a contract or audit or profit or loss or balance statement that goes along with that kind of stuff. I have a master's degree in leadership and organizational studies that delves deep into those kind of things as well. So I think with my skills and my overall experience, I can bring kind of a positive seat to this committee. So any other questions while I'm here?
Anything else while he's up? Okay.
I'd like to thank them both. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Milt. Thanks.
Thank you. So at this point, we can either through consensus agree on the McCracken method, unless there's any other suggestions, or
I'm okay with the McCracken method.
and just for clarification, Councilmember Stowe will be reading his own entry.
Right, and we will have him read his first.
Okay.
Okay.
Since we can't do it simultaneously.
Are we doing it now?
Hang on.
Okay.
Hang on.
Spoiler alert.
No, it's just a tough decision.
Yeah.
Reading all the applications.
Wait.
I'll prompt you, Councilmember Stowe.
Okay, great. Because it was very difficult to make it up.
Have everybody's? All right, I'm ready, Councilmember Stowe, for you to go ahead and announce.
Okay, thank you. Like I said, it was a very difficult decision for me to make this because I know what Brock does at the council. I know what Rob does in the community, and I just wanted to hear something about the negotiations. So I'll have to vote for Mr. Taylor, I think.
For Mayor Reyes, Mr. Taylor. For Councilmember Carrillo, Ms. Ramos. For Councilmember Tate, Mr. Taylor. And for Vice Mayor Flores, Mr. Taylor. You've got a 4-1.
Okay.
So with that, you guys, if you would like, you can formalize that into a motion to appoint Mr. Taylor, if you so choose.
Mayor?
Yes.
I will make a motion that Mr. Rob Taylor be that person on the Internal City Audit Committee.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Okay, so there's a motion and a second. We can call for the vote.
Councilmember Tate.
Your voice has changed.
Councilmember Tate. Councilmember Carrillo.
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Flores.
Aye.
Mayor Reyes.
Aye, passes 5-0. Thank you. And thank you to everyone who applied. And congratulations, Mr. Taylor. I'm not sure, given the nature of the subject matter, if congratulations are in order, but congratulations. Okay, we can move on.
Thank you, Honor. Next item in order is the consideration of membership in the Tulare County Economic Development Corporation. This item was considered by the City Council almost precisely a year ago, which was considering then its continued membership in the Tulare County EDC, which the City of Porterville, as stated in the staff report, was a founding member of the Tulare County EDC in 1983 and was had remained actively involved in actively and consistently involved in its operation and funding since that inception. And I would say one of its most active members in terms of programs that were offered, greenfield sites and things of that nature to really to whatever extent we could advance economic development through the EDC in the greater Porterville area. Through its membership in the EDC, several successful industries located to Porterville, including Walmart Distribution back in 1991, ProDocument Solutions in 2003. Through the EDC selection process, Southern California Edison made its determination to locate and purchase approximately 35 acres of city property for what was then planned to be establishment of customer service center. That was the purpose of the site selection. The Public Utilities Commission ended up getting in the way of that and limiting the rate case that Southern California Edison had. And so Edison had pivoted, so to speak, and instead of a customer service center first, they went with a maintenance and operations center, which which developed about a third of the property and actually have plans now to continue further development of its property dealing with transmission. So there'll be a transmission division that becomes located in Porterville. And that was in 2007. So really since 2007, there hadn't been a successful locate within the city of Porterville. Through its membership, continues to market industrial properties within the community. We have previously marketed the currently vacant privately owned facilities like Beckman Coulter, which is now under new ownership, and vacant land. The city owns 10 acres at the J Street and Montgomery Avenue area. And as I shared previously, gone through a lot of the, whatever program that would be available through the EDC, whether it's opportunity zone designations, enterprise zones, City of Porterville's been a leader in that program. There was a SWOT analysis that was prepared by the EDC back in 2019, and a copy of that is presented in the council's agenda, which really talked about the location, proximity to State Route 99, and access to major corridors of trade. So certainly strengths of the community in terms of available job workforce, and competitiveness in that regard, but certainly sometimes distance and lack of rail service to this area as well. Some prospects require rail service as part of their site location. The EDC had been trying to be less, and I would say this has been a constant conversation at the EDC board, and the mayor served as the vice chair and functioned as the chair for a period of time for the chair. I remember being at meetings and him and the mayor running the meeting. And there's been discussions with regards to public agency formulas. What was the county's fair share, so to speak? What was the right distribution formula for cities? The county was on and gone and then back. Cities have come and gone and back. And last year, we saw the city of Porterville make the decision a year ago to leave, as well as the cities of Farmersville, Lindsay, and Exeter. So the EDC has given some of the discussions with regards to the public agency funding of the EDC to encourage private enterprise funding. And so on the board of directors for the EDC, I would say is probably equally weighted without the other cities. They're probably more heavily weighted towards the private sector in terms of representation, but financially not the same. And so efforts on the behalf of the EDC board to encourage private investment within the EDC so that to help better represent what is the voting, I would say, of the board in consideration of the financial contributions that comes with it. Locally, on the board, representing private sectors, Kevin McPhail, president of Bank of Sierra, and Rob Taylor, who you just appointed to your internal audit committee. Subsequent to the city's determination a year ago to not participate at that time or continue its membership in the EDC. The then CEO, Paul Sedana, retired on October 31st, and then retired Visalia City Manager Mike Olmos served as the interim president CEO until Mr. Nathan Ollie was hired as president CEO in March of 2021. City staff has met with Mr. Ollie several times in the past, and other EDC staff in the past couple of months, discussed potential prospect activity. And I would say that had continued to be a direction of the board of directors for the EDC, even as the city didn't participate on the board, that there continued to be support for the city and consideration of sites for prospect activity. And Mr. Ridenour can perhaps speak to that if you wish, in terms of his continued engagement with the other economic developers in the Tulare County area. The council will recall back at its meeting on May 4th that Mr. Ollie provided a presentation to the council on the direction of the EDC and how Porterville's interests in economic development might be supported. When the city council adopted its budget, and I would say when the city withdrew from membership of the EDC last year, it made a particular motion to keep the EDC membership dues in its budget, which at that time was proposed by the EDC at $25,000, which was a reduction from $27,500. So there was kind of a reconnoitering of the dues or the public sector contributions, and that's continued forward. And there's a letter of requested joining again of membership that's been provided by the EDC, and that's contained in the packet. I know that Mr. Ollie also provided a kind of an overview of some specific metrics for this evening's packet, which is also contained in there as well. So with that, happy to answer any questions. And really for consideration of the city council is whether whether the city council feels it's, certainly with its frustrations with the prior administration, it was, the lack of considering the city's economic development vision, especially in the airport area, and really no connectivity. What I will say is I personally have met with Mr. Ollie in the last 6 months, which I think is 4 times, which is 4 times more than the prior administration met in 4 years. So, so I do appreciate at least what has been in the short term I'd say renewed interest in looking at, and specifically in the airport area, with Edison, with the state, the Governor's Office of Economic Development, or GOBIZ, has established a new Central Valley liaison position, specifically focusing on Central Valley economic development. So instead of everything running through Sacramento, it now runs, there's now at least a point of contact in the Central Valley through the Governor's Office. And so I had the opportunity to meet with that representative in the last couple of months or so. So with that, happy to answer any questions. Mr. Ollie, I believe, was planning to be here. And he is. So.
Mayor, I don't have a question, but this is for transparency and disclosure, that I did receive a phone call from Supervisor Shuckling back on the 19th. She had called to make an inquiry as to whether the city had made a decision to rejoin the EDC. I responded by letting her know that Mr. Ollie had come and presented one time to City Council, but that wasn't a decision-making factor presentation, and that any information with regard to rejoining, that communication would have to be made, Mr. Ollie to city manager, and that's when it would be presented to us. But I wanted to make that disclosure before any.
Thank you. Any council members have questions for staff? Okay. Anyone with questions for Mr. Ollie?
Yes.
Would you like to come forward?
Can I make a candid admission, I guess I would say? So with the city not being a member, I've not been to a EDC board meeting, only have heard about vicariously. So I would say I attended, as did Mr. Ridenour, every meeting, I would say, prior to that. So I'm a little, I would say, not as totally familiar with today's, the EDC. So really it'd be helpful kind of fill in the blanks. I have a whole year's missing of board meetings. So.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Mayor, may I?
Please.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank you for being here, and communication is really important for all of us, as we have new member on council, and we have a learning council member that has a lot of questions. I will go back to the years of attendance city council meetings prior to being on here, and I can attest to Mr. Lawless, in those 13 years, plus the 4 that I've been on council, your predecessor was only here no more than 4 times. And so as we made the decision, because we were not getting the information, when you made your presentation, you provided us with a lot of information. I do want to say that the SWOT analysis that was presented in 2019 was presented by your predecessor. And one of the biggest concerns at that time, because Porterville has a gold mine in the airport and the industrial area, which has been dismissed many times. So that was a little, to see it as a weakness on the report. As we continue to have discussions and dialogue, I would like to see an emphasis in many areas, infill as far as other projects, empty buildings, manufacturing, and other growth potentials. So that's just my take on that. And I just have just a question. Why did we get a $25,000 amount before we've had a discussion in the letter?
I'm not sure if I understand your question correctly.
It almost appears as like it's an invoice for 25,000 asking us to join.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
The way it works is the EDC's board of directors, and actually Mr. Lawless can correct me if I'm wrong because this predates me, in consultation with the city managers, established a formula for funding. And that formula for funding is based on population. So requesting a specific amount is really just because of the population of the city. So that's why. And to your point regarding the airport, you know, I can't speak to my predecessor's thoughts on the matter, but Mr. Lawless and Mr. Ridenour were kind enough to take myself and our Vice President, Mr. Diaz, on a tour of the area virtually. We, you know, due to COVID, we went through the maps and that sort of thing. It's a remarkable asset to this community. I mean, the available space here, the work that the tribe is doing with their expansion project in that area, and the tertiary treatment water plant that you've been discussing this evening that's coming online, I can't see how anyone would look at that and not see it as a strength to the community. And I know that when our state representative was here, as Mr. Lawless mentioned, she was pleased to see the development and the vision that the city and the council have for that area. So for us, when we're out pitching those projects and we're out pitching available land and people are asking us, well, what's happening in Porterville, that's probably the first place we point, is the southwest portion of Porterville is growing, and this is what we're looking at in terms of infrastructure, in terms of economic development. So, you know, again, it would be difficult for me to speak to Mr. Saldana's vision, but suffice it to say, he and I see things a little differently with regard to that area of the community.
Well, thank you for that. The first time I heard you was on the summit, the
Yes.
economic summit. I attended virtually. And one of the things that you mentioned at that time, and you shared it here at council, was with regard to the real estate database.
Correct.
As to properties that are available and but housing and the shortage of housing, how would the EDC be a component to that?
Well, the real estate database specifically, you know, our purview is commercial and industrial properties and that sort of thing. And I think when we look at economic development from the 30,000-foot level across the valley and across the county and specific communities, housing always has to play a role in what we're doing. If we're bringing new industry to the community, we have to make sure there's places for them to live and that they have access to good schools and all of those quality of life type functions. But specifically to the real estate database, you know, I would say that, again, that's commercial and industrial property. But one of the things that site selectors are always asking us when they're putting forth a request for information and they want a proposal on behalf of the county and its specific communities is what type of housing stock is available and where. So that's always information that we, working with city staff, it's always information that we collect on each community and provide to those site selectors. So when they're reviewing our proposals on behalf of Porterville or other cities in the county, they're getting the housing information that we collect from city staff.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes.
Certainly.
Any other questions? Councilmember Stowe, any questions?
No, sir, Your Honor.
Councilmember Tate? Okay. I had a few comments / questions. So at least in the time I've been on council for 7 years, and all indications are that it is at least a decade that the contemplation of leaving the EDC was something that had been discussed amongst city council members. And we've been out less than a year or thereabouts a year. So sometimes, you know, a paper cut takes a split second, but the healing takes a little bit longer than what it took to give that cut. I think that's important to realize before jumping into anything. But one observation I had was given the formulas, given that we've been presented with a $25,000 membership due, I'm looking at the formulas as they're presented. There's a few options that have been probably run through by the board as to be presented. But the two that I look at are back when this was created, the current year's contributions by the cities or agencies that would participate, and then option C, which by all accounts is what we're looking at now because that's what we've been asked to contribute. The ratio of what was previously asked for and what option C has, we have the least reduction out of all the members. Everybody else has a much deeper reduction in what they previously paid than we do. And this tiered system, I think, is punitive. It's actually not beneficial to us because if you look at the numbers, we're paying a little bit less, but other people are paying far less. And I think when you look at the totals, and when I was on the board, what they would talk about with these reductions was their operating budget. And knowing that these reductions are probably going into the reserves. So what really should be considered is getting the county back up to 90,000, which puts you a lot closer to what the target is. But it's very difficult for me to rely on private funding that is yet to be solidified to make this any better than it really was before. Just the fact that I had to point out the differences in payments really shows I don't find that to be very welcoming as somebody who has left voluntarily and is now being asked to re-enter. So those are my comments, and I guess we'll leave it to the rest of the council to talk about the next steps, unless I'm in error with what I've said.
No, Mr. Mayor, you're not, and to be quite candid with you, the model that you saw, or you see before you this evening, again, is something I inherited. I'm not going to, it would be inappropriate for me to characterize the discussions that led to the decision that was made to implement this model. Long term, I think we have some bridges to build. Your point about the paper cut is very apt. So what I would suggest to you at this point is that I think our board recognizes some of the challenges with this current model. At the moment, we are filling budget deficits with our own reserves. As you mentioned, we are not putting money into reserve. We are actually pulling money from it to offset the decrease in public sector contributions as we build up private sector contributions. I will tell you that the first thing I get asked when I go out and solicit private sector investment in this organization is, do you have all the cities back? That's the first question I get asked. For them, it's a recognition of the vision, it's a recognition of the new direction, but they want to make sure that it's a public-private partnership, that the cities are on board. And candidly, not having the second largest city in the county participate in the organization is something that gives a lot of folks pause. And my hope is that with the renewed communication with city staff, with renewed communication with you folks, that the city of Porterville sees the value in what we're doing and is interested in being a part of it.
Yeah, and I appreciate the explanation, but I think one thing you just said, I think Tulare might disagree, unless you were referring to Tulare as the second largest city. But I'm just saying there's the dynamics that are there between not only Tulare and their self-envisioned positioning within the county, but also the county with its sometimes overreaching attitude towards what the city should have influence on. So I think that as long as those political dynamics exist, it's going to be very difficult, I think, for me to jump on, especially when it's exhibited numerically in this fashion. So, but that's just my opinion. So with that, we have to take action. Are you, Councilmember Stowe, I see you've unmuted. Do you have something to?
I'm unmuted and I'm thinking here, but when the former CEO came in and spoke to us, and I was totally against EDC because there was no progress being had that was happening. And then when Mr. Ali came, I saw, and I emphatically told Mr. The former CEO, that I just didn't have faith in him until I saw some changes. I would not recommend that we would rejoin the EDC. But, you know, there has been a change with a new CEO. And I said I'd be the first one to hop on board and vote for with the change. And I will do so. And I'd like to make a motion that we do join the EDC once again. But however, I'm letting them know right now, if I don't see any progress, I'm ready to kick the door again.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second? Motion, is there a second? Okay. Okay, so the motion dies for lack of a second. Do we have another motion?
I would recommend that our city manager review this a little bit closer and then readdress it later.
I'd be happy, Mr. Ridenhour and I would be with the council's direction, attend some board meetings, perhaps. You know, I included there's some ironies. I'd be happy. I don't mean to. So Supervisor Shucklian contacted you about this, and she herself was who kind of pushed to get the county back engaged. But the way to do that was to cut them a discount rate at 44. I mean, how we got into this whole conversation was the county who removed, and the only way to get them back was they had to get a smoking deal at $44,000 because that was their terms to reenter. And this was very controversial for and really upset the cities that everybody cut their own deals. That was, so then there was a lot of consternation about this new formula, which, you know, and I don't know, that's why I qualified my statements to say, I don't know what the temperature of the room is right now. What is the temperature of the room?
And Mr. Taylor is a member of our board, and if you'd like him to speak on behalf of the board, I'm sure he would be willing to do so, not to put him on the spot. But what I would suggest is, and Member Stowe's comments, I appreciate them and I take them to heart. Our organization needed a change, to be quite honest with you. And you folks that have been here a long time would no doubt agree with that. Knowing what I know as an outsider coming in this organization for the last 5 months, I don't blame the city of Porterville for pulling out 12 months ago. I don't blame them one bit. I can tell you that the mood of the room in my board with the public sector folks that engage with us, both at the county and the city's level, is an excitement about a new vision and a new direction. I spoke to you about that a couple of months ago. I think it's telling that 2 of the other cities that pulled out last year have already voted to come back, and they voted to do so unanimously. I will grant you that their dollar amounts are considerably smaller, but they have seen that we've made the changes in direction that our public sector partners have asked for and are moving in the right direction and are willing to give us a shot.
So in answer to the council member, Mr. Ridenhour and I have nothing better to do once a month at 7:30 in the morning in Visalia, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So, if the council so desires. And we can provide, 6 months from now, whatever, I'd encourage if there was some other time frame that bring a report back and then have Mr. Ali also present as well. And if there are particular concerns, what's the word I'm looking for? Tangible things that you wish to see as deliverables, then that would be helpful to get that as well.
If appropriate, and I'll ask you as well, if appropriate, I know that occasionally there are guests that are there at the meeting, but I know sometimes there's subject matter that's not quite confidential, but that the board meets on. So if appropriate, I'd like to attend if that's okay, at least one meeting, just to get an idea of if.
It's a public meeting, so if you would.
You're all welcome to attend at
So
any time. It's a public meeting.
If only two of you,
Yes.
because I don't think you're going to get the social exemption on this one, but if two of you would like to join Jason and I, we could make it a.
I would ask that you give me a heads up first, so we don't run into a Brown Act issue, certainly. But,
No, okay. I think that's something that, given your willingness to stand up and have me harangue you for a couple minutes, the least I can do is to go and observe what the noticeable and what changes you can feel the kind of changes that I'm hoping and anticipating through what you said just by attending a meeting. So I'm hoping that I can attend with some of the staff members.
well, and I would point out that, and I don't know if, I'm sure it was mentioned in this report, we have continued to provide the same level of service to the city of Porterville that a member city receives. The board made that decision to direct staff to do so in the course of the last 12 months. We submit projects on behalf of the city of Porterville. The way the process works for the new folks is we get a request from a site selector from the state of California, those types of things. And what we do is we pass it to the member cities and we ask, do you have properties that fit this bill? Is there anything we need to know? Can you help us answer these questions with regard to infrastructure, with regard to housing availability, that sort of thing? And city staff, at least in the city of Porterville, Mr. Reidnar is very responsive at getting us what we need. So I think that communication and that same level of service that the EDC would provide to a member city, we have provided to the city of Porterville for the past year. So, I think what I'm getting at is that the benefits, the city has seen the benefit over the last year. Now, it's incumbent on me to communicate that to council. So, to Mr. Stowe's point, I'll be here as often as you need me to make sure that we give you the level of comfort that you need.
Okay. Well, I thank you for coming up and answering some of these questions and giving us some food for thought. So is that sufficient for direction to have the staff?
Yeah, what would be an appropriate time? You talked about coming back. What would the council's direction? I mean, I'd be happy to provide a report after the next meeting, like an AB 1, 2, 3, 4, if you'd like.
I'd say that would be appropriate. And are there any meetings that you'll be within the next quarter or so dark?
We typically take a month in the summer off, and we have not done so yet. So
Can I just coordinate with Mr.
Sure.
Ali, and I'll work with you, Mayor.
I would say we will have a meeting no later than the middle of September.
Okay. Fair enough. So, and is that sufficient direction for staff to be able to continue looking? And council, is that consensus to?
It is.
Okay.
I'll just note too that since it's a public meeting, actually a majority, any number of you can attend as long as you don't discuss city business. It falls within the exception of the Brown Act. So.
Okay.
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 I'm sorry, did I answer everyone's questions? I want to make sure that we're as transparent as we can be.
I think all mine were answered. Anyone else?
Mine were answered, and I want to just reiterate a thank you, because we still have questions, and I don't deny that. And I know that economic development is important, I mean, for all of us, especially with many of the aspects of the business and the growth in the industry. So it is important, and I'm grateful that we can probably drop in on a meeting.
We're here to help.
And I want to thank you for saying that you would be here as many times as needed. We never heard that before, so I'm just saying.
Well, it was a complete alternative, which is I won't come for years.
I'm just nudging on that one. I'm sorry.
I'm not sure what to say other than we've changed our direction, and if it takes time for us to show you that, then we're happy to do it.
Well, thank you.
Very well.
Well, yeah, and if your ability to stand up here and conduct and communicate with us is any indication, I think that in the future we'll be able to talk a little bit more about it. But as stated, I'd like to see a little bit more. So thank you very much. Oh, yes. Can we would recess for 10 minutes? I'm about 15 minutes late on that.
No, you got to finish your item.
Okay. Okay, so we'll recess for 10 minutes. Be back at 8:55. Okay, are we ready? Okay, we'll be back in session. Thank you for your patience. The next item is item 18.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, when the council took its action at its last meeting in terms of approving and moving forward with as a city sponsor for the KJIG Summer Concert Series, I said I would bring back kind of an after action and kind of provide an update as to the series. So first event was held on July 22nd. Approximately 500 folks attended. By all considerations, it was a safe event, a good event, no real issues. We were able to secure insurance, or we have existing liability and special event coverage for, generally for our parades. We were able to add the event to our coverage for $450, which would be a recommendation to do that again for the next date, which has been identified as August 19th. Promotional activity should begin for that towards the end of this week. I don't know, as I'm here tonight, who the artists or performers will be. They are looking to move forward with the days getting a little bit longer, move forward the starting time to 6:30. So that would be the one change. And in addition to that, the police department, there was in its street closure plan, slight modification to bring the closure back from 2nd Street to the alley on Cleveland instead of closing to 2nd. It interfered with some business operations in the parking lot that was there on the corner of 2nd and Cleveland. So other than that, it would be recommended street closures as has initially been proposed. The Tule River Tribe was kind enough to provide its mobile grandstand, which I'm not certain if that's anticipated for the next event or not, but I think we're able to work through those logistics. And so for the next concert, again, it would have similar requirements and or limitations, no VIP, no meet and greet kinds of things, and as a result of COVID precautions. The use of Centennial Plaza and its conference room as a green room is certainly appreciated. It was remarked that the artists really like that and the ability to stay cool before and after their shows. And then I was going to speak on it on the next item, but Sierra View Sierra View Medical Center has taken over the vaccination effort in the Porterville community. And you probably recently heard the Veterans Memorial Building has been, the operation there stopped July 31st, and Sierra View picked up community vaccination, local vaccination efforts at its facility at Pearson and Morton, former dialysis center. And they reached out saying that they would like to partner with the city on any events. So as an example, they're out at the Night Out event right now, and have heard that there have been folks that have actually received vaccines at that event this evening. So there's a potential for them to be able to come out to this event as well. If the council is accepting of that as an additional modification, that Sierra View may come out and do a vaccine, offer vaccines, and we would want to probably take some ideas into precaution for that and where that would occur. Other than that, I want to appreciate all the efforts on behalf of the city staff, and I know some members of the council were able to go out, and their comments were reflective, I think, of that it was a good event, folks being safe. I felt we were well prepared and would be prepared again for the next item. So happy to answer any questions, concerns, comments for improvements from the council.
Any questions for staff from council?
No, I attended, and I thought under the circumstances, we did a really good job pulling this off. And everyone they were very, very orderly, and I stuck around towards the end of the whole event just to see about housekeeping, and everything was pretty clean. If they brought anything in with them, they took it out. They had their little blankets and chairs, and kids were dancing and playing, and I thought it was a wonderful event, and I think this town needed it.
I agree. I also attended, and it was good to see folks out there. Everybody was happy to be able to attend a public event outdoors. It's been a while since there's been music at the Centennial Park. I would say stage, but just in the park in general. So look forward to the next event. I just had a question about, and of course, I'm behind having vaccinations available for the event, but if there's any augmentation in our planning or staffing for that, has there been funding that's distributed that can aid in whatever, for events for vaccinations, and in which case, if we had to augment what we were doing, it would be would come out of certain rescue plan money or something?
That's a good question. So the hospital's inquiry, they weren't familiar with the priorities of the council. They said, hey, we're taking this over, assuming this responsibility in the community from a vaccination standpoint. How can we partner with the city? And I said, well, this is one of the priorities established by the city council of vaccines. And so the first opportunity to do that from that contact was actually at the Night Out event. And I remarked that there was this event, or there could be others. And I said, I'm not a good event planner. But so what are some of the ideas that you may have? And so I don't know that there would. So you have established that, and I always address that as part of your American Rescue Plan. It says, vaccinate vaccines in the community, whether that's an incentive of some type to their Pearson facility or some other event that we organize. Certainly that could be a funding source to help facilitate that. They weren't asking for funds. They were just looking for collaboration and what are events coming up that they might be able to partner with the city on, and being able to do vaccine, which the first one was this Night Out event. That was the next week. I think next week, well, it was tonight, but it was a week ago when the inquiry came in. It was just, okay, well, this is, how quickly can you pivot, and what are the things that you're looking at? And then the next thing that was kind of on the schedule, so to speak, was this. But that doesn't mean that we don't come up with some other, I will be connecting with them this week about, as a follow-up to this conversation about the K-Jug concert, plus they also need to go through their own approval process, so to speak, for that. But what other ideas they may have. And I kind of just got the sense that they were looking to us, well, what do you guys working on that we might be able to partner with you on, that we can offer vaccine clinics as part of it? And so this is the next one that we talked about. There is we have Pioneer Days, which we'd like to have an ad hoc committee meeting to discuss. That's another upcoming event, but that's in October typically. So I mean, that's a little bit out the horizon right now. So does that answer? There isn't a specific ask for financial assistance other than just to collaborate on what events are occurring, and they could be Friday night events of some nature.
Yeah, and I think the first step is getting back to them and confirming, that participation is possible, and then if it is, that would model what expectations for any other events would be, because there, as I mentioned, there has been no music on Main Street for a while. I know that there's also the senior dance that hasn't been allowed to happen because it was indoors. So if there's a way to engage the musicians for that in an event that's maybe a smaller scale than the K-Jug, but includes vaccination event of some, those are some of the ideas. But I know that we can bring that back for more formalized discussion later. But and I'm not sure where anybody else is at with that. But
actually, that's see, these are the things I'm not good at, which is I'm not a good creative writer. So what is the, what are the different things? That's one of the items that we want to discuss with the COVID ad hoc committee before coming back to the council at the next meeting, which is to talk about like Thursday night dance for seniors, You had other things, Donnie. I mean, there's a number of different associated community activities the city's involved in, which we want to make sure we're doing well, and what are ways that could be augmented in enhancing vaccine efforts in the community.
Okay, thanks. Anything else from council? No? And that's just an update, correct?
Yeah, just for direction, if there was anything specific, concerns or improvements to the event.
No, look forward to hearing who the next act is, and I think that'll be a good indication of whether the grandstands are coming back or not.
Be back around. Okay, very good.
The only comments I got is that there were people in the community who, of course, because they don't know that we had late notice, they would like to have attended, but we weren't able to get the advertising out there to them. So if we can, make sure that the public knows that it's happening, that's going to be.
Yeah, so we can do something on Choose Porterville and certainly through our Parks and Rec, try to get more notification out there. I guess if you don't listen to K-Jug, you may not know that it was out going on.
And I think due to the nature of the sequence of timing, it prevented us from putting it out there. So we look forward to having it fire on all cylinders and get folks out there. So thank you. Okay, and that brings us to item 19.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next item in order, and this is your regular meeting update with regards to your declaration of local emergency, which was a resolution passed by the council at its meeting on March 17th, 2020. It last reviewed its local emergency and found continued finding at your last meeting on July 20th, 2021. Tulare County statistics as of today, I went on the county's website. So since your last meeting, so what I'm going to share now is a comparison of 2 weeks ago to what was reported 2 weeks ago to what is current to the site today. So confirmed cases in Tulare County is at 50,731, which is a 657 case increase over the last 2 weeks. In the 93257 area code, they're indicating 10,342 cases, which is a 125 case increase over the last 2 weeks. There was one additional death for 853. And recoveries were 49,237, which is 198 more than 2 weeks ago. Active cases in Tulare County is 641, which represents an increase of 459 over the last 2 weeks. And then in the 93257 area code is 127 cases, which is an 84 total number increase over 2 weeks ago. Vaccinations, they continue to report that a static number of 331, 725,000 received, and that they've administered 193,261, which is 3,032 more than 2 weeks ago. And again, vaccines are eligible to all individuals 12 years old and older. Hospitalizations was reported at 69, which is an increase of 49 over 2 weeks ago. So as of today, 69 hospitalized, an increase of 49 from 2 weeks ago. Confirmed of that is 64 COVID, which is an increase of 47. And that suspected, there are 5 suspected but not confirmed hospitalizations due to COVID, which is a decrease actually from what had previously been reported of 3. And ICU, there are 6 ICU hospitalized COVID individuals, which is an increase of 4. There were 2 previously reported 2 weeks ago. PDC remains in warm status. Of note, in the last 2 weeks, the California Department of Public Health on July 28th issued guidance for face coverings, recommending that all individuals wear face coverings while indoors in the public, including vaccinated individuals. The mandate continues to be that unvaccinated individuals wear face coverings when in public. The CDC classified Tulare County as first designated as substantial, and then today designated it as an area of high transmission, like I said, as of today, which indicates the threshold is 100 cases. So if you're exceeding 100 cases per 100,000 over a 1 week time period, then you're designated as a high transmission area, which I think 90% of the state of California falls in that designation right now. A couple particular areas, I think, is in far northern California, is considered only to be substantial. We spoke about the American Rescue Plan and the council's priorities of looking at water and sewer infrastructure, broadband and technology infrastructure, homeless services, business assistance, especially for restaurants, vaccinations, and support for public safety or public safety support. One particular of note, I mentioned Sierra View looking at and wanting to partner with the city and how to enhance and promote vaccinations in the community. So one opportunity in that regard. We also, Maria Bemis brought to my attention, so the council has, so we recently went through our business license renewal process, which the council had taken action to not charge late fees or to provide a deferral if they wish. We've had pretty good response, I would say, to that, but so July 31st ended the renewal for business license, which we have some number that didn't respond and would want a council action if you wish to impose late penalty, is it 25%? What's the, is that the late penalty, 25%? Per month. Or whether to continue to, but generally speaking, even with the provision of that, the $25 a month, we had pretty good response of folks continuing their licensing. So that would be the one particular action if you wish to continue the deferral of late fees, because they will trickle in over the next couple of months. Other than that, happy to answer any questions and for the council to consider continuing its declaration of local emergency.
So are you looking for action on the deferral?
Yeah, or that, or at least your direction has been not to charge that. So we're now into, so this will be the third cycle, because you deferred penalties in July of last year and January of this year. So we're back to, this is the third cycle. So, and we can, I would say from staff's recommendation standpoint would be to defer it, because we're seeing pretty good response just even without that. And it is one way to continue to support the business community encourage them to fulfill their licensing and not incur penalties, similar to your utilities.
Mayor?
Yes.
I would support the deferral of the late fees.
Okay. Do you need a motion, or do you need just direction to continue?
You know what? Given that it is a policy probably to have an
Yeah, I'd
action.
say you go ahead and do a motion on it.
I would make the motion that we continue to defer the late fees.
Should we, thank you for the motion, should we include a timeline with that, or?
Well, what I recommend is that we'll bring it back to you in January, when the next cycle would happen.
Okay, so we have a motion. Is there a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well,
We'll call for the
Does that
vote.
include a continuation of?
That's what he's asking me, and I'm like,
I will go ahead and
I'll just
amend
ask
my
it.
Declaration.
motion to include the proclamation of local emergency.
You accept that amendment, Councilman?
I accept that amendment. And
There you go. Now you can vote
Okay.
on both.
Okay.
Council- oh, I'm
Sorry, no, please. You first.
Councilmember Tate,
Aye.
Councilmember Carrillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Stowe,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Aye.
Mayor Reyes.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you. And now we have, is it item 8?
Thank you, Your Honor. Your final scheduled matter this evening was number 8 on the consent calendar, which was to consider the intent to set a public hearing to consider annual adjustment of fees by application of the engineering news record cost index. Item was pulled at the request of Councilmember Stowe. Happy to answer the questions or provide the staff report.
Well, actually, I want to thank you for allowing me to pull this, but I just want to make a comment, and I want us to really seriously think about it. For the last 25 years, I have been seeing that our park impact fees are too low. Now, compared to other cities, we're way behind, and we're unable to, get the things we need in our parks without getting a grant or going after them some way without, and we should be collecting this fees and money so we can provide for our community. And I just have a couple of questions. Or just one question probably right now, but what are our neighboring cities charging for their impact fees, for their parks impact fees?
I know Mr. Moore had a chance to kind of look at a little bit at that this afternoon, at least kind of cities of our size or so.
Just as far as, we'll go with the single family equivalent for Visalia, it's 2,185. For Tulare, it's 3,129. Hanford is 2,740. And Delano, the most recent we could find on that was 2013, and that was still 2,030 compared to our 887.
Thank you. And I just want to make that recommendation that as a council, we should seriously think about considering upping our impact fees. I know the developers won't like it, but they're doing it in other cities. And then how come we have to be, lowballing, our community and our citizens, with our parks? Thank you. That's all I need to say. But I do want to make a motion that we do not accept this, and we look into it a little longer and think about it before we accept the recommendation or pass this. The impact fees the way they are, they're rated at the rate they're rated.
Okay, and with that recommendation, are there any time-sensitive constraints or considerations for delaying an action?
So this is kind of an interesting item because you have it by, this time's before me. So this is part of your adopted fee schedule that you have these fees that are then adjusted by the ENR. And we've kind of, I would say, come to a compromise to do this where we notify the builders and BIA, Builder Industry Association of the, so this still requires a public hearing. So this item was to schedule the public hearing, I believe, right?
Right.
So.
No. Yes.
Yeah.
So this was to schedule the public hearing, which then allows for comment. And in the past, the city has actually suspended the ENR. I remember, I think for 3 or 4 years during the recession, the actual increase was suspended. And then ultimately, I think after a 3 or 4 5-year period of time, there was actually a recovery of that where whatever that suspended percent, and we can provide that data if the council would like. Kind of the historical perspective on this. But I guess there's also, certainly the fee that's assessed is significantly less than in other communities.
Yes, so we actually are not legally required to do a public hearing. We talk about this every year, but it's actually already approved. The escalator is already approved as part of the fee. However, we've agreed to do this public hearing every year. Can I make a recommendation maybe as an alternative? I fully understand where Councilmember Stowe is coming from, but what I would suggest is maybe go ahead and allow the escalator to go into place, but at the same time, you can also authorize, you can go in and set the public hearing for it, and go ahead with that process, but then you can also, if you're interested in having staff look at potentially increasing these, there's a process for doing that under the Fee Mitigation Act, and looking at what would be appropriate, and we can certainly, city staff could certainly provide information so that we could get, an additional increase, potentially process going if that's the interest of the council. So, and I don't know, Councilmember Stowe, if that would meet with your, or if you want to stick with your original motion, but just that way we would be able to keep the process going, so at least you're not taking a step backward in order to go a couple steps forward potentially in the future.
Yeah, because this does affect all of your fees, water, storm drain, sewer. There's a lot of other fees, which this is one of a schedule of them.
You can have both, essentially. You can go ahead and approve the regular scheduled increase, and then we could also look at what other additional appropriate increases may be in order.
That meets my approval. But yeah, I'd like to bring it back. Definitely like to bring it back because, we made the step up with our water fees because, and so we need to, I don't know, get in the 1920s with our fees.
Well, and I haven't gone through an impact fee increase. I don't think in my career I've gone through one. An impact fee increase, but it does speak to, this goes back to before my time where the sports complex, so we're still actually, the impact fees you collect today go towards servicing the sports complex. You actually are not putting any money away for any other park development right now. Because that fee was based upon, and this is what I think Julia's speaking to, is that we need to look at probably having a master plan or something. So if you're going to collect the fee, you can't just collect it because other folks are collecting more, but what is it going to go towards? And I think that's what the council, this is one of those vicious circles you can get yourself into, which is it needs to increase the fee, but you can't increase the fee without the project that it's going to be to support.
It needs to be based on a study that actually analyzes what those impacts are. And of course, those impacts are directly affected by what projects you're proposing. So it goes back to your master plan. So there is some process and some analysis that has to happen because we're not allowed to charge any more than what's required to account for that. And it's an increase. It's not for current maintenance of the existing facilities. It's basically it's an impact fee.
Now, what I can't tell you with confidence, we'll have to look at this, is, Will Dan did a study. This was all before, I think it was Will Dan. No, Will Dan didn't do it. Maximus, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So it would not surprise me for me to come back and report to you that the Maximus study was done that said the park impact fee, based upon the project that was being looked at, would have been $1,500, let's say, but the city council imposed the fee just at $700.
I'm fairly certain that is actually what happened. So I agree with Councilmember Stowe that we are probably not fully collecting what we even were authorized to. So we can certainly, that's a place to start. And then you want to actually look at what additional facilities that you think need to be accounted for due to the increase in development in the city.
Well, currently we're talking about, building a new community center and new parks or
right,
facility for basketball, paddle, and we haven't. Well, maybe we just leave them alone and just let them go. I'm sorry. And just do what we're doing.
Well, you raise a good, in the end, you're speaking to how communities fund the facilities that their community desires. And I'll use Visalia as an example. So Visalia, in addition to a parks fee, has a facilities fee. And I don't know if there's other, but I just know that in Visalia, they charge a facility impact fee, which specifically goes to collecting fees that will go to future police, fire, other city, community center, those sorts of things that they collect because of the impact on the facilities. And the city of Porterville does not have one of those. You have a park, the closest you have is a park fee. I don't even think we have a library fee. City of Tulare has a library impact fee that they charge in addition to a parks fee. So even the park fee that I quoted doesn't include the library impact fee that they also collect per house. And all development, business and, this was just quoting the residential.
Yeah, after hearing that, I think that a study would be very, very appropriate. Even given in the last few years, there have been many improvements in our parks on our own dime that could have,
Well, at the very least, the staff can look and see if what we had tracked as what the fees would be to address those impacts is even being fully recovered, because that's something that's easier to address obviously then, you know, the stuff that's going to take, you know, the additional analysis of, well, what do we want to see in our community
Well,
due to the increase in development?
I will tell you it isn't, because I think you would be the first to say that the sports complex hasn't been developed as it was intended.
That's true.
And there's a reason why, because you haven't collected the funds to the extent that it was intended to.
Yep.
Like I said, it's a vicious circle. So you're right, in the alternative has been pursuing grants or you know, whether the development of Fallen Heroes Park was a grant funded. It wasn't developed through community impact fees, and that was the last park that was established.
When we built the sports complex, I asked them to increase the fees in because didn't get the softball fields in that we wanted and other things, and council decided not to, and we were behind, and all that money that we raised for our impact fees goes for payment of that sports complex, and we're nowhere close to getting what we wanted out there. But I will rescind my motion and make a motion that we accept for the impacts fees that are scheduled or recommended.
There's a public hearing.
Yeah,
Did-
Council
public
has
hearing
to
for it.
consider.
So the motion is to schedule the public hearing for it, and then does that include giving direction for staff?
Well, we already had the most public hearing for these fees, and I just say that, you know, I'll rescind my initial motion, and if we make a motion to adopt the fees that are currently recommended.
Actually, just for clarification, Milt, the item itself is just for setting the public hearing.
Oh, I thought we already had that. I'm sorry.
No, we haven't had
then
it yet.
I will to set the public hearing.
But it's a great time to get into the discussion again, though. so-
Well, and that's what I think we can do in the public hearing. We can provide, I think it'd be good, I'm going to create some work for some folks, but create that historical record of what the council's actions have been with respect to the ENR increase, because there was times that it was suspended during the recession, and then when, I mean, just housing was crashed. I mean, there was, and so, you know, trying to get any housing development going. And then, but then also evaluating I'm sure the Maximus study addressed the park impact fee, because this goes back to the city developing the sports complex. This very question is being begged, and then what was, you know, here's the improvement that you're looking at, and then here's the fee to be assessed to pay for it, and then what ultimately was that determination, which I'm gonna probably surmise, based with an ENR index, you're probably collecting it less than half. I mean, when you look at the disparity between what you're assessing and then what I'm gonna imagine it was probably pretty substantially less. And we
Mayor?
can certainly provide that in the information consistent with the discussion this evening.
Okay.
I would like to second Councilmember Stowe's motion.
Okay.
For the public hearing.
So we have a motion and a second. And we can go ahead and call for the vote.
Councilmember Tate,
Aye.
Councilmember Carrillo,
Aye.
Councilmember So,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Flores,
Aye.
Mayor Reyes.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you. That brings us to oral communications. Is there anyone who'd like to address the council? Mr. Neely?
Brock Neely, address on record. One thing I would recommend for homework is look up Jacobson v. Massachusetts. You may need to use it. In 1905, they had an outbreak of smallpox in Boston. The mayor of Boston and the city council issued a vaccination mandate. They proceeded with the mandate, going door to door, vaccinating people for smallpox. And one minister in town named Jacobson objected and sued. It went all the way to the Supreme Court, and due to it being for a public health reason, that can actually override private freedoms. So you can mandate vaccinations. legally, with legal precedent already to the Supreme Court.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward? Is there anyone on Zoom?
Your Honor, we have no members on Zoom who would like to speak, and we haven't received any written or email communications.
Okay. So that brings us to other matters. We'll start with Councilmember Carrillo. Did you have any other matters?
I'll just bring up two items. One is that the Tule River Indian Health Center is going to be offering which I thought was a really good idea, a youth vaccine event. And that's going to be this Friday. And it's for any Native American youth in Tulare County. So not just in Porterville and not just Tule River tribal members, but any youth. One of the other interesting things that the CEO of the health center was saying was that they were going to create a mobile vaccine so that they could go around to homes if needed, if that was sought out. So I just thought that was kind of interesting and a new event coming up. Just wanted to mention that. The second thing was I just wanted to acknowledge all the applicants that applied for the two committees, the Parks and Leisure Services Commission and the Internal City Audit Committee. I know that just getting people to volunteer and want to be part of the community and be active, I just wanted to acknowledge them and the ones that came tonight and answered questions and presented themselves. And I also just wanted to state that we had 3 candidates for the audit, and that makes me feel good because I sit on that committee with the vice mayor, and there's a lot of work to be done and a lot of reviewing. And I just wanted to state that the reason the person I selected was, or had originally voted for, was because of purely the resumes that I saw of audit, compliance, finance background, heavy on that. But I do acknowledge the others' backgrounds and experience as a business owner and welcome the help to that committee. And so that's all I wanted to state tonight.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Stowe, did you have any other matters?
Yes, just a couple of things. I want to echo Councilwoman Carrillo's thankfulness for the candidates that applied for those committees. And I just want to state, I'm sorry I missed the last meeting. I was out of state visiting. And I'm sorry I missed this meeting because I had a chemo session today, and it made me kind of ill with the nausea and a headache at the time. I'm feeling better now, thank goodness. But once again, we're entering that COVID mode, so remind everyone to wear masks and be positive and test negative. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tate, did you have any other matters? Okay. Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I want to echo Councilmember Carrillo's sentiments with regard to the applicants for the committees, because having people volunteer is really something that we look forward to on any of the committees. I want to say, I want to express a gratitude to public safety, to the police department, and to the fire department. You've been busy, and it doesn't go unnoticed. And I want to especially say thank you to another alignment of public safety, which is code enforcement. And this goes back to after we authorized the K-Jug concert and going through Main Street just on a whim, every single light post from Bank of America all the way to the end of Olive was covered with flyers. Even the trees were covered with flyers. And I want to thank the department who went and removed them. Some of those lampposts maybe had 3 or 4 flyers. It was from a nonprofit organization, a restaurant, a a comedy show that was forthcoming, and an outreach. And that, I mean, here, you work so hard, city staff works very hard, and we made the decision to promote the concert, the K-Jug, on a whim, and for that to go up the day after, it was not appealing to see them surrounding all the poles, all the light poles, and all the veterans' flags displayed. That's just a comment that I wanted to make. Parks and Leisure, I believe you're getting busy now with a lot of people wanting to rent the pavilions, and that's good. It doesn't go unnoticed because I'm hearing that out in the community. I especially want to also thank Public Works for their immediate response to the non-working intersection lights that happened on a Saturday on a whim in the 2 areas and in 2 intersections. Thank you for that immediate response. And to the going to back on code enforcement to building and fire, to the response on an issue where a tree had fallen on a house. Thank you for that as well. To city staff, economic development, administration, and also to legal counsel and our city manager. It is appreciated, everything that you do. A lot of times we may be a little difficult, but that's okay. You kind of bring us back to a reality and to a perspective, and know that your work doesn't go unnoticed and you are appreciated. Maria, you're very quiet in that corner. But I'm also going to say that your department is one to be acknowledged, because as people struggle through their utilities, and I'm hearing in the community as well, that they have gotten a lot of help in your department, and it's pleasant to come up to the counter where they are received with a welcome. They don't talk to you, but they do talk to them, okay? That's all I have to say.
Great comments. I appreciate the comments. I want to agree about the applicants for the committees and commissions that we have. It's there's been several times that I've witnessed only very few, if not one, applicant. So where I am happy to see multiple applicants, it does make it difficult to have to choose. But you know, being excited and thankful for those who step out and put their name into the hat to be chosen for these positions. I can't express my gratitude enough. I also want to echo the sentiments with regard to staff, and I'm not sure if the vice mayor would agree that I'm lumped into the difficult category at times, but sometimes I can be and appreciate all the effort that staff makes to go along. And the last thing I'll say is that I was invited, and I mentioned it before, but I'll give you a few more details. I was invited to offer the swearing in for the officers for the Exchange Club this year. We had 4 people in attendance. Of course, things with COVID are a little bit smaller. So we had Yolanda Bocanegra serving as president, Dennis Sexton as secretary and treasurer, and Eddie Hernandez, I believe, is the incoming president. And also Johnny Orduno was sworn in as a director. So good to get out, good to talk to folks and have them ask what we're up to, and be able to tell them that we're up to doing great things here in Porterville. So with that, I'll turn it over to the city manager.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a couple of quick items tonight. Thank you to the police department for organization of their night out, and another opportunity we don't have to be out there to enjoy that, but apparently well attended and a good event, able to connect with the community. And speaking of our newest chief had a birthday. So last week, right? I'm trying to remember. I told him happy birthday. So at any rate, Chief Costello, happy birthday. So, thoughts, of course, with our fire personnel. We still have our actually four, three that are assigned on patrol and one with Chief Cogburn still serving as safety officer, right, for division. So he'll actually be timing out this week, so we'll probably see him return back to the community sometime by this weekend in all likelihood, and then at least another week probably with your patrol, right? So yeah, so they've still got some time left on their but there's still lots of calls for service that are happening. Well, when I say this, there's more the state looking for resources for fires across the state. So, and it's kind of scary when you think about last year was a historic year, and we're already exceeding that thus far. So, and then in line with that, when you speak about public safety, that this is the 20-year memorial of 9/11. And so police and fire are looking at the planning of a community event at Fallen Heroes Park on Saturday, September 11th. And so more details to be about that, but in terms of commemorating that day and certainly our public safety and the ultimate sacrifices that some have made. With that, I'll say thanks.
Okay, great. And once again, thank you to the staff, and thank you to those who tuned in to see what we were up to tonight. The next meeting is August 17th, so hope to see you all there, and we are adjourned.